Journal entry, number 83, 15th October, 1895. As I sit in my study this evening, the firelight casting dancing shadows across these pages, I find myself compelled to record the strangest case Holmes and I ever encountered aboard a railway carriage. One where a man was murdered inside a compartment locked from within, with no possible means of entry or escape, and where a chance observation about the soot patterns on a tunnel wall would prove that the impossible is merely the improbable waiting to be understood. The rain patters gently against the window panes, and I confess that the sound brings me back to that night 3 years ago, when the rhythmic clatter of train wheels became the percussion to a most extraordinary investigation. It is curious how certain sounds can transport us through time more effectively than any deliberate act of memory. The hiss of steam, the screech of brakes, the hollow echo of a platform announcement. These have become, for me, forever associated with the peculiar events that unfolded between London and Edinburgh on what should have been an unremarkable October evening in 1892. I suppose I should begin at the beginning, though Holmes would undoubtedly chide me for such a pedestrian approach to narrative. Watson, I can hear him say, his long fingers steepled beneath his sharp chin, you insist upon beginning at the beginning, when the middle is so much more instructive, and the end is where all the truly interesting questions reside. Nevertheless, this is my account recorded in my own journal, and I shall tell it as I experienced it. From the moment the telegram arrived at Baker Street to the quiet satisfaction of understanding that came only after many hours of confusion and wonder. It was a Tuesday afternoon, I recall, and London was in the grip of one of those dreary autumn days where the fog seems to seep into one's very bones. I had returned from my rounds at the practice, my medical bag damp from the persistent drizzle, to find Holmes in an attitude I had come to recognise with some concern. He was sprawled upon the sofa in our sitting room, still in his dressing gown. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, his eyes fixed upon the ceiling with that peculiar intensity that suggested his mind was entirely elsewhere. "Holmes," I ventured, setting down my bag and removing my coat, "have you eaten today?" "Eaten?" He spoke as if the word were foreign to him. "Food is fuel, Watson, and I have no need of fuel when the engine is not running." I sighed, for this was an old argument between us. As a medical man, I understood the necessity of regular sustenance for both body and mind, but Holmes operated according to principles entirely his own. When engaged in a case, he could go days with barely a morsel, sustained apparently by intellectual excitement alone. Conversely, in periods of inactivity such as this, he fell into a lethargy that concerned me greatly. "Perhaps a case will present itself," I offered, attempting to sound encouraging rather than worried. "Perhaps," he murmured, though without conviction. "Or perhaps the criminal classes have collectively decided to take a holiday, leaving me to moulder away in this dreary climate with nothing to occupy my faculties but the contemplation of Mrs. Hudson's wallpaper patterns." I was about to suggest a visit to one of the museums, or perhaps a concert, anything to rouse him from this melancholy, when we heard the familiar tread of Mrs. Hudson upon the stairs, followed by a knock at our door. "A telegram for Mr. Holmes," she announced, entering with the yellow envelope upon her tray. The transformation was instantaneous. Holmes sprang from the sofa with such alacrity that one might have thought he had been awaiting this precise moment, rather than languishing in boredom mere seconds before. He seized the telegram, his grey eyes already scanning the message as his long fingers tore open the envelope. "Excellent," he exclaimed, a smile transforming his austere features. "Watson, how do you feel about a journey to Edinburgh?" "Edinburgh?" I replied, somewhat taken aback. "When?" "Tonight, my dear fellow. The Midnight Express departs King's Cross at 11:45. We have just enough time to pack and dine." "But what is the case?" I asked, even as I felt my own pulse quicken with anticipation. There was something about Holmes's sudden animation that was invariably infectious. He handed me the telegram, and I read, "Mr. Sherlock Holmes, Baker Street, London. Stop. Your immediate assistance required. Stop. Sir Reginald Thornbury found dead locked compartment Midnight Express. Stop circumstances most peculiar. Stop. Railway police baffled. Stop. Train continues. Edinburgh arriving 8 a.m. Stop. Inspector Lestrade joining York. Stop urgent to board tonight. Stop Superintendent Morrison, North Eastern Railway." "Good heavens," I murmured, reading it through twice more. "A murder on a train?" "So it would appear," Holmes replied, already moving toward his bedroom to dress. "And not merely a murder, Watson, but one accomplished in a locked compartment. The telegram says circumstances most peculiar, which suggests our railway police friends have encountered something quite outside their ordinary experience." I glanced at the mantel clock. It was just past 3:30, giving us slightly over 8 hours before departure. Shall I pack for several days? Indeed. I suspect this investigation may prove more complex than a simple stabbing in a station waiting room. A locked compartment, Watson, the classic problem of the sealed room, but with the added complications of a moving train, multiple potential suspects confined in close quarters, and physical evidence scattered across hundreds of miles of railway track. As I made my way to my own room to prepare my travelling bag, I felt that familiar mixture of excitement and trepidation that always accompanied our investigations. My medical practice would have to manage without me for a few days. Dr. Anstruther, my neighbour, could handle any urgent cases, but I would not have missed this opportunity for anything. The game, as Holmes would say, was afoot. By 6 o'clock, we had dined at Simpson's, Holmes eating with surprising appetite, now that his mind was engaged, and by 8 we had returned to Baker Street to collect our luggage and make final preparations. Holmes spent a good hour in contemplative silence, smoking his pipe, while he consulted various railway timetables and maps that he kept in his extensive files. "The Midnight Express," he mused, more to himself than to me, "is one of the premier services on the North Eastern Line. First-class accommodation throughout, sleeping compartments, dining car. It caters to businessmen, aristocracy, those who can afford comfort and privacy. Sir Reginald Thornbury, the name is familiar to me, Watson. If memory serves, he is, or was, a successful industrialist with interests in steel manufacturing and railway construction. Ironic, is it not, that a man who helped build the railways should meet his end aboard one, "You believe it was murder?" Then I asked. "The telegram doesn't explicitly say, 'Come now, Watson, circumstances most peculiar,' is hardly the language one would use for a natural death or an obvious suicide. No, someone has committed murder aboard the Midnight Express, and done so in such a manner that the railway police, who are not, I grant you, the sharpest minds in law enforcement, but who are certainly competent enough to recognize straightforward violence, are sufficiently baffled to summon me, and Lestrade is joining us at York. So the telegram states. That suggests the official police have taken an interest, which means either the victim is sufficiently prominent to warrant Scotland Yard's attention, or the circumstances are indeed so unusual that local authorities have requested assistance. Possibly both. He paused, tamping down the tobacco in his pipe with his thumb. You know, Watson, there is something particularly appealing about a crime committed on a train. It is a closed system, you see, a finite number of suspects, all contained within a moving vessel. Once the train departs London, no one can enter or leave until it stops. The murderer must be aboard, must be one of the passengers or crew. It becomes a problem of pure deduction, uncontaminated by the messy variables of the larger world. I had heard Holmes express similar sentiments about other constrained environments. Country houses during snowstorms, ships at sea, isolated islands. There was something in his analytical mind that relished these self-contained puzzles, where the solution must lie within clearly defined boundaries. Of course, he continued, a slight smile playing at his lips. The complication here is that our crime scene is currently racing through the English countryside at 50 miles per hour, and will have travelled nearly 400 miles before we can even examine it. Evidence may have been disturbed. Witnesses may have had time to coordinate their stories, and the physical circumstances of the compartment may have changed. It presents interesting challenges. By 10 o'clock, we had secured a cab and were making our way through the fog-shrouded streets toward King's Cross. The city at night has always held a particular fascination for me. The gas lamps glowing like small moons through the mist, the sounds of late traffic and distant voices, the sense of London as a great organism that never truly sleeps. Holmes sat silent beside me, and I knew his mind was already aboard that train, already constructing hypotheses and testing them against the limited facts we possessed. King's Cross Station at night is a cathedral of iron and glass, its great arched roof disappearing into darkness above, its platforms stretching away like the streets of some industrial city. Steam from the engines mingles with the perpetual London fog, creating an atmosphere that is at once romantic and slightly ominous. The Midnight Express stood waiting at Platform 7, its dark blue carriages. Gleaming under the gaslights, the locomotive already building steam for the long journey north first class. Gentlemen inquired the porter who took our bags. Indeed, Holmes replied, handing over our tickets, and we shall need to speak with the train manager immediately upon boarding. Very good, sir. That would be Mr. Stevenson. I'll let him know you're aboard. We made our way along the platform, past other passengers saying their farewells, or consulting pocket watches with the anxious attention that railway travel seems to inspire in people. I have often thought that there is something about the departure of a train. That final whistle, that first lurching movement, that triggers in us a primal fear of being left behind, of missing our connection to the future that awaits us at the other end of the journey. Our compartment was in the third carriage, a well-appointed space with facing bench seats upholstered in burgundy velvet brass fittings that gleamed with careful polishing, and a small table that could be lowered for dining or raised to allow more room. The window curtains were of heavy fabric, tied back now to reveal the platform outside, though I knew they would be drawn once we were underway to maintain privacy and keep out the chill of the October night. Comfortable enough, Holmes observed, though I could see his mind was not on our accommodations. He was already at the window, watching the other passengers boarding, his keen eyes missing nothing. A knock at our compartment door announced the arrival of Mr. Stevenson, the train manager, a stout man in his middle years, with magnificent mutton chop whiskers and the bearing of someone who took his responsibilities seriously. "Mr. Holmes, I received word you would be boarding. This is a terrible business, terrible. Never in my 20 years with the railway have we had such an incident." "I understand the body has been left undisturbed?" Holmes inquired. "As much as possible, sir, though of course we had to confirm death and attempt to determine cause. Dr. Pemberton, the railway medical officer, examined him briefly this morning. The compartment has been locked since, with a constable stationed outside. We arrive at York at 4:30, where I believe Inspector Lestrade will board." "Excellent. We shall examine the scene as soon as we are underway, and the other passengers are settled. In the meantime, I shall need a complete list of all passengers in first class, the names of all crew members on duty last night, and any observations made by your staff." "I have prepared a file, sir," Stevenson replied, producing a leather document folder. "Everything we've been able to gather. The superintendent was most insistent that we provide complete cooperation." As he handed over the file, the whistle sounded, that haunting note that signals both ending and beginning. The platform guard called out his final warnings. Doors slammed along the length of the train, and with a shudder and a great exhalation of steam, the midnight express began to move. I settled into my seat, watching through the window as King's Cross fell away behind us, the lights of London gradually giving way to the darkness of the countryside beyond. Across from me, Holmes had already opened the file and was studying its contents by the light of the compartment's lamp, his face a mask of concentration. "Fascinating," he murmured. "Most fascinating indeed." "What have you found?" I asked. He looked up, his eyes bright with that peculiar excitement that came over him when presented with a truly interesting problem. "Watson, I believe we are about to encounter something quite extraordinary. Sir Reginald Thornbury was discovered at 7:30 this morning by the compartment attendant who had come to wake him. The door was locked from the inside, the security chain engaged. The window was closed and latched. Yet Sir Reginald was most decidedly dead, stabbed through the heart with what appears to have been a stiletto or similar narrow blade. But how did the murderer escape? I asked, though I knew Holmes would not yet have an answer. Precisely, my dear Watson. How indeed? The train gathered speed, carrying us north through the night toward mystery, toward murder, toward answers that would challenge everything I thought I understood about the possible and the impossible. And as the wheels clattered their rhythm beneath us, I found myself reflecting that sometimes the most extraordinary journeys are not measured in miles, but in the distance between certainty and doubt. The rhythmic clatter of the wheels upon the rails had already begun to weave its hypnotic pattern as Holmes and I studied the documents provided by Mr. Stevenson. There is something about train travel that seems to suspend ordinary time. one enters a peculiar liminal space, neither here nor there, moving through darkness while ensconced in a bubble of warmth and light. I've always found it conducive to thought, and I could see that Holmes, despite his outward focus on the papers before him, was allowing that deeper part of his mind to work upon the problem. "Watson," he said at length, looking up from the passenger manifest, "what do you know of Sir Reginald Thornbury?" I searched my memory, calling up what little I could recall from the newspapers. Steel magnate, I believe. Made his fortune in the railway boom of the 70s. Conservative in politics, though not particularly active. Married, I think, with grown children. Beyond that, I'm afraid my knowledge is limited. "A fair summary," Holmes acknowledged. "I can add that he was 63 years of age, a widower these past 5 years, and recently embroiled in a rather acrimonious business dispute with a competitor. He served on the boards of 3 railway companies, and was known for his ruthless business practices. The Times characterized him last month as a titan of industry whose methods, while legal, often skirted the boundaries of gentlemanly conduct. You read this recently? 3 weeks ago, over breakfast. I make it a practice to retain such information, as one never knows when a prominent figure might become relevant to our work. In this case, the investment proved worthwhile. He passed me a sheet from the file, a neatly typed list of first-class passengers who had boarded the Midnight Express the previous evening. There were perhaps 20 names, and Holmes had already made annotations beside several of them in his neat, precise hand. Note, if you will, the presence of Mr. Gerald Blackwood, travelling to Edinburgh on business. Mr. Blackwood is, or rather was, Sir Reginald's primary competitor in the Scottish steel market. They were engaged in a bitter dispute over a contract to supply rails for the new Highland Line. The contract was awarded to Sir Reginald just last month, representing a loss to Blackwood's firm of approximately £50,000. I raised my eyebrows. That's certainly motive enough, indeed. Though we must be careful not to seize upon the obvious suspect, simply because he presents himself so conveniently. Murder requires not only motive, but means and opportunity. We shall need to determine whether Mr. Blackwood could possibly have entered a locked compartment, committed murder, and escaped without being observed. The train swayed gently as we rounded a curve, and I found myself gazing out at the darkness beyond our window. Occasionally, a light from a distant farmhouse would flash past, a brief reminder that the world continued beyond our moving cocoon. I thought of Sir Reginald Thornbury making this same journey just 24 hours earlier, unaware that he would never see the Scottish capital he was travelling to reach. "What else does the file tell us?" I asked. Holmes consulted his notes. Sir Reginald boarded at King's Cross at approximately 11:30, 15 minutes before departure, which was his usual practice according to Mr. Stevenson. He was travelling alone, having engaged a private sleeping compartment. Such compartments are located in the second carriage, just ahead of us. Each is self-contained, with a bed that folds down from the wall, a small washstand, and a door that locks from the inside with both a key and a security chain. Secure, then theoretically. We shall need to examine the actual mechanism, of course. The compartment attendant, a Mr. William Jennings, who has been with the railway for 12 years, and is described by Mr. Stevenson as utterly reliable, reports that he last saw Sir Reginald alive at approximately 11 o'clock last night, when he brought him a whisky and soda at the gentleman's request. And Sir Reginald was well at that time. According to Jennings, he appeared in normal health and spirits, perhaps slightly fatigued from his day's business in London. He requested that he not be disturbed before 7:30 this morning. Jennings left him with his drink, heard the security chain being fastened after he departed, and thought nothing more of the matter until he returned at the appointed time this morning. Holmes paused, his long fingers drumming thoughtfully against the armrest. When Jennings knocked at 7:30, there was no response. He knocked again, more forcefully, and called out. Still nothing. Growing concerned, he fetched Mr. Stevenson and the railway constable, a Mr. Patterson, and together they used the master key to unlock the door. However, the security chain was still engaged, preventing them from opening it more than a few inches. How did they gain entry then? They were forced to break the chain, a rather sturdy affair, apparently, requiring significant effort. When they finally entered, they found Sir Reginald lying upon the bed, still in his nightclothes, quite dead. Dr. Pemberton was summoned from the second-class carriages. He was travelling to Edinburgh for a medical conference, and pronounced death to have occurred sometime between midnight and 4 in the morning, based on the state of rigor mortis and the body's temperature. I nodded, my medical training automatically processing this information. A 4-hour window is as precise as one can reasonably expect under such circumstances. The temperature of a railway carriage, the bedclothes, the victim's constitution. All these factors complicate the determination. Precisely, my dear Watson, which brings us to the wound itself. Dr. Pemberton's examination revealed a single puncture wound, approximately 2 inches deep, entering just below the left clavicle and piercing the heart. Death would have been rapid, possibly instantaneous. Very little blood, suggesting the weapon was left in place briefly before being withdrawn. Otherwise, the victim would have lived perhaps a few minutes longer. The clinical nature of this description did not prevent me from feeling a chill of horror. To imagine a man asleep in what he believed to be a secure compartment, only to be murdered in such a fashion, it spoke of a cold-blooded calculation that was deeply disturbing. Was the weapon found? I inquired. No. A thorough search of the compartment revealed nothing that could have inflicted such a wound. No knife, no stiletto, nothing with a blade of appropriate length and narrowness. The weapon was almost certainly taken away by the murderer. But how, Holmes? If the compartment was locked from within, with the chain fastened, how could anyone have entered and exited? He smiled thinly. That, Watson, is precisely the question that has baffled our railway police friends and earned us this midnight journey. The door was locked and chained. The window was closed and latched from inside. There is no connecting door to adjacent compartments, no access panel to the roof or undercarriage. To all appearances, Sir Reginald Thornbury was murdered in a hermetically sealed box, a physical impossibility that must somehow have a rational explanation. At that moment, Mr. Stevenson appeared at our compartment door, his round face flushed with exertion and concern. Mr. Holmes, if you're ready, I can take you to Sir Reginald's compartment now. Most of the passengers have retired for the night, so we should have relative privacy. Holmes rose immediately, gathering his magnifying glass and tape measure from his travelling bag. Tools he never ventured forth without. Excellent. Watson, bring your medical bag if you would. Your expertise may prove invaluable. We followed Mr. Stevenson through the connecting passage into the second carriage. The corridor was narrow, with compartment doors on one side and windows overlooking the passing darkness on the other. Small gas lamps at intervals provided dim illumination, creating pools of amber light, punctuated by shadow. The train swayed and rattled, and I found myself placing a hand against the wall to steady myself as we made our way forward. Sir Reginald's compartment is number 7. Stevenson explained, his voice lowered, despite the late hour. I've kept Mr. Patterson stationed outside to ensure no one disturbs the scene. The other passengers have been most understanding, though naturally there has been considerable speculation and unease. I should think so, I murmured. The knowledge that a murderer walks among them cannot be comforting. We found Constable Patterson, a burly man in railway uniform, seated on a small fold-down seat outside compartment 7. He rose as we approached, relief evident on his weathered features. "Mr. Holmes, sir, I'm that glad you've come. I've been with the railway police 15 years, and I've never seen anything like this. It's not natural, sir, not natural at all." "All crime is unnatural in the philosophical sense," Holmes observed. "But I take your meaning. No one has entered since the body was removed." "No one, sir." Dr. Pemberton examined Sir Reginald. Then the body was moved to the guard's van, as is proper. But the compartment itself has been left exactly as we found it. Stevenson produced a large brass key and, with a glance at Holmes, unlocked the door. It swung open smoothly, revealing a space that was at once ordinary and profoundly unsettling. The scene of a death, frozen in time. The compartment was perhaps 6 feet wide and 8 feet long, with a single bed folded down from the wall on the left side. The bed was in disarray, its coverings disturbed, but not wildly so, suggesting someone who'd been sleeping relatively peacefully before death came for him. A small table was affixed to the wall beneath the window, holding a lamp, a book, and an empty glass that still bore the faint amber residue of whiskey. The washstand in the corner was tidy, with a basin, a ewer of water, and various toiletry items, arranged with the precision of a man accustomed to order. Holmes entered with the delicate care of a cat, his eyes sweeping the space in that peculiar comprehensive glance that missed nothing. I followed, noting immediately the small dark stain upon the pillow. Blood, certainly, though less than I would have expected from a wound to the chest. "The window, Watson," Holmes directed, and I moved to examine it while he began his inspection of the door mechanism. The window was indeed latched securely from the inside, a brass fitting that would be impossible to manipulate from outside, even if one could somehow reach it. The glass was clean, showing no signs of tampering or forced entry. I pressed my hand against it, feeling the cold air beyond, hearing the rush of wind as we hurtled through the night. "Secure," I reported. "No possibility of entry from this direction." "As I suspected," Holmes murmured. He was crouched by the door, examining the broken security chain with his magnifying glass. The chain itself was a sturdy affair, each link perhaps half an inch thick, designed to prevent forced entry while allowing the door to open slightly for communication. The link that had been broken showed bright metal where it had been severed, fresh, recent damage. "Mr. Stevenson, you mentioned that breaking this chain required considerable effort." "Yes, Mr. Holmes, Patterson and I together, pulling with all our strength. Even then, it took several attempts. These chains are designed to withstand considerable force. Holmes made a small, satisfied sound and moved to the bed. He examined the pillow minutely, then the sheets, running his fingers over the fabric and holding them up to the lamplight. He measured the distance from the bed to the door, from the bed to the window, and even the height of the bed above the floor. Every surface received his attention: the washstand, the table, the door frame, even the ceiling. I watched him work, marvelling as always at his thoroughness. To an untrained observer, his actions might have seemed random, but I had learned to recognize the method in his investigation. He was building a complete picture of the space, understanding every dimension, every possibility, eliminating hypotheses even as he formed them. "The blood, Watson," he said suddenly. "Your medical opinion, if you please." I bent to examine the pillow more closely. The stain was approximately 2 inches in diameter, dark and dried now, concentrated in one area with very little spread or spatter. Consistent with a deep puncture wound, I observed, the weapon entering cleanly, the body's position preventing significant external bleeding. Most of the hemorrhaging would have been internal, into the chest cavity. The victim was likely lying on his back, possibly asleep or just waking, when the blow was struck. Death would have been very rapid. He may have been unconscious within seconds, dead within a minute or two at most. And you see no signs of struggle. I surveyed the compartment again. None. The bedclothes are disturbed, but not violently, and the personal effects are all in place. If Sir Reginald fought his attacker, he did so very briefly or very ineffectively, which suggests that he was taken by surprise, possibly asleep when attacked, or at least lying peacefully in bed. The murderer struck swiftly and accurately. This was no random stabbing, but a precise blow delivered by someone who knew exactly where to strike for immediate fatality. Holmes nodded slowly. Medical knowledge, perhaps, or military training, or simply a study of anatomy combined with determination. Interesting. He moved to the door again, examining the lock mechanism with minute attention. "Mr. Stevenson, I shall need to understand precisely how these compartments are secured. The lock itself is operated by key from outside. Yes, sir. Each compartment has a unique key held by the compartment attendant. The passenger receives no key. They secure themselves from within using the bolt and chain, and this bolt, Holmes indicated a simple sliding mechanism above the handle, can only be operated from inside. It's a standard railway safety feature, ensuring that passengers can secure themselves completely against intrusion." Holmes straightened, his expressions thoughtful. "So we have a door locked from outside by key, a key held by the attendant, and secured from inside by both bolt and chain. A window latched from within. No connecting passages, no hidden panels. Constable Patterson, you examined the undercarriage and roof access, I presume?" "Yes, sir," Patterson replied from the doorway. "These sleeping compartments are solid, sir. No hatches, no removable panels. They're built for privacy and security like. The only way in or out is through this door." And yet, Holmes murmured, almost to himself, "Someone entered, committed murder, and departed, leaving behind a locked and chained door. The classic impossible crime, Watson. A man killed in a sealed room with no apparent means of entry or egress." He fell silent, his grey eyes distant, and I knew he was already constructing theories. testing them against the physical evidence, discarding those that failed to account for every detail. It was in moments like these that I most clearly saw the difference between his mind and ordinary minds, the ability to hold multiple, contradictory possibilities simultaneously while systematically working toward the single explanation that reconciled all facts. I should like to interview the attendant. Mr. Jennings Holmes said finally, and I shall need to examine the master key. Also, a complete accounting of the train's stops between departure and the discovery of the body. Every station, every pause, however brief. Of course, Mr. Holmes, Stevenson replied. Jennings is in the crew compartment. Shall I fetch him if you would? And Watson? Holmes turned to me, and I saw a glint of that fierce joy that always came when he encountered a truly challenging problem. Make note of the precise position of everything in this compartment. I want a complete record of what we found here. Your medical training gives you an eye for detail that will prove invaluable. As Stevenson departed to summon Jennings, I took out my notebook and began sketching the compartment's layout, marking the position of the bed, the bloodstain, the personal effects. Holmes, meanwhile, had taken to examining the corridor outside, measuring distances, testing the strength of the windows, even pressing his ear against the wall, between compartments, as if he could hear through time itself to the moment when murder was committed. The train rushed on through the darkness, carrying us north toward answers that seemed, at that moment, impossibly distant. And yet I had learned, in my years with Sherlock Holmes, that the impossible merely required a different kind of seeing, a willingness to look beyond the obvious, to question assumptions, to follow evidence wherever it led, no matter how strange the destination. Sir Reginald Thornbury lay dead in the guard's van, a victim of violence that defied explanation. But I had faith in Holmes's methods, in the power of reason, and in the certainty that truth, however well concealed, must eventually yield to patient and systematic investigation. The game was indeed afoot, and the night was still young. William Jennings arrived within minutes, a slender man of perhaps 40 years, with the cautious demeanour of one who has spent his professional life attending to the needs of demanding passengers. He carried himself with that particular dignity common to railway servants, a recognition of their essential role in the smooth functioning of a complex machine, yet always aware of the social boundaries that separated them from those they served. His uniform was immaculate despite the late hour, and his eyes, though tired, were alert with the anxiety of a man who finds himself unexpectedly at the centre of extraordinary events. Mr. Jennings, Holmes began, his tone neither accusatory nor overly sympathetic, but rather that of one professional addressing another. I understand this has been a most distressing experience. I shall endeavour to make my questions as brief as possible, though I must ask for absolute precision in your answers. The smallest detail, however insignificant it may seem to you, could prove crucial. I understand, sir, Jennings replied, his voice steady. I'll tell you everything I can remember. Excellent. Now you last saw Sir Reginald alive at what time? 11 o'clock precisely, sir. I make a final round of the sleeping compartments at that hour, offering any last assistance the passengers might require. A drink, extra blankets, that sort of thing. Sir Reginald requested a whisky and soda, which I brought to him within 5 minutes. And his manner at that time, Jennings paused, clearly trying to recall the exact impression. He seemed quite normal, sir. Perhaps a touch weary, but that's common enough at the end of a day's business. He was preparing for bed, had already removed his collar and cufflinks. He thanked me for the drink and said we'll wish to sleep until 7:30. Those were his exact words. 7:30, Jennings, and not a moment before. I intend to sleep soundly tonight. I saw Holmes's eyes narrow slightly at this. He specified the time quite precisely. Then, yes, sir. Some passengers do. They have appointments in Edinburgh and need to allow time for breakfast and washing. Sir Reginald was very particular about such things. A man of routine, if you understand me. Indeed. And when you left his compartment, you heard him secure the door. Yes, sir. I heard the bolt slide into place, and then the distinctive sound of the security chain being fastened. I've been doing this work for 12 years, Mr. Holmes. I know the sounds of my train like a mother knows her child's cries. The compartment was properly secured. Holmes nodded slowly. And between 11 o'clock and 7:30 this morning, you had no reason to approach Sir Reginald's compartment? None whatsoever, sir. My duties after the final round are to remain available in the crew compartment should any passenger ring for assistance. No one did. I confess I dozed in my chair for a time. It's a long night, and one learns to sleep when one can. But I would have heard the bell if anyone had rung. Quite so. Now, this morning, when you knocked at 7:30 and received no answer, what precisely did you do? Jennings's face grew sombre. I knocked twice, sir, calling out 7:30, Sir Reginald, as is my practice. When there was no response, I waited perhaps 30 seconds and knocked again, more firmly. Still, nothing. I began to feel uneasy. Gentlemen of Sir Reginald's type are usually prompt in their responses, even if only to call out that they're dressing, and will open the door presently. What did you do then? I fetched Mr. Stevenson and explained the situation. He agreed it was unusual and brought Constable Patterson. We returned together, and Mr. Stevenson used his master key to unlock the door. But it would only open a few inches before the chain caught. We could see into the compartment, see the bed, see Sir Reginald lying there, but we couldn't enter. And Sir Reginald's position at that moment, lying on his back, sir, very still. The covers were pulled up to his chest. At first, I thought he might simply be in a very deep sleep, but there was something about his stillness. It wasn't natural, if you understand me. Mr. Stevenson called out to him several times, quite loudly, but there was no response, no movement at all. Holmes leaned forward slightly. And the blood? Could you see it at that point? No, sir. Not until we'd broken the chain and entered properly. The pillow was turned toward us, you see, and the stain was on the far side. It was Mr. Stevenson who noticed it first when he approached the bed. I see. And this chain, you say it required considerable force to break? Yes, sir. Patterson and I together, pulling with all our strength. Those chains are made to withstand a good deal for the safety of the passengers. We had to brace ourselves against the doorframe and heave. It took 3 attempts before the link finally gave way. I watched Holmes absorb this information, his long fingers steepled beneath his chin. The problem of the locked compartment seemed to grow more intractable with each additional detail. A door secured by lock, bolt, and chain, the chain requiring 2 strong men to break. A window latched from within, and yet A man murdered, the weapon removed, the killer vanished as if he had never been. "Mr. Jennings," Holmes said after a moment, "I should like you to think very carefully about the following question. During the night, did you hear any unusual sounds from the direction of Sir Reginald's compartment? Any voices? Any movement? Any sounds at all that struck you as out of the ordinary?" Jennings frowned in concentration. "I've been trying to remember, sir, ever since this morning. The truth is, a train at night is full of sounds. The wheels on the rails, the sway and creak of the carriages, the occasional whistle, the noise when we pass through a tunnel. But I can't recall anything specific from compartment 7. No voices, no sounds of struggle or distress. And the other passengers in the sleeping compartments. Did any of them report hearing anything unusual? Mr. Stevenson asked them all this morning, sir. None reported anything out of the ordinary. Holmes rose and began pacing the narrow corridor, his hands clasped behind his back. I recognized this as a sign of deep thought and knew better than to interrupt. Jennings and I stood in silence, watching him move back and forth like a caged predator, his profile sharp against the dim gaslight. Finally, he stopped and turned to the attendant. "The whiskey you brought Sir Reginald, was it from a bottle kept for general service, or from his personal effects?" "From the service trolley, sir. We keep spirits available for passengers who request them. Sir Reginald often took a whiskey before bed. It was his habit during the journeys he made with us, and you prepared the drink yourself?" "Yes, sir. Poured it directly from the bottle into a glass, added soda water from the siphon, delivered it immediately to his compartment." "The glass. Did you notice anything unusual about it when you entered the compartment this morning?" Jennings thought for a moment. "It was empty, sir, or nearly so. Just the residue at the bottom. It was sitting on the table by the lamp, exactly where I'd expect it to be if Sir Reginald had drunk it before retiring." Holmes nodded. "Very well. One final question, Mr. Jennings, and then I shall trouble you no further tonight. In your 12 years of service, have you ever known anyone to tamper with the security mechanisms of these compartments? Any complaints about locks not functioning properly? Chains being difficult to fasten? That sort of thing?" "Never, sir. These carriages are maintained to the highest standards. The North Eastern Railway takes great pride in the safety and security of its first-class accommodations." "I'm sure they do. Thank you, Mr. Jennings. You have been most helpful. If anything else occurs to you, any detail, however small, please inform Mr. Stevenson immediately." After the attendant had departed, Holmes turned to me with an expression that was equal parts frustration and fascination. "Well, Watson, your thoughts. I had been considering the problem from every angle I could imagine, and found myself no closer to a solution. I confess I am baffled. Holmes, every avenue seems closed. If we accept that the door was truly locked and chained from within, and the window similarly secured, then we are left with an impossibility. And yet, the evidence of our own eyes tells us that murder was committed precisely, which means we must question our assumptions. When the impossible has been eliminated, whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth. But first, we must be certain that we have truly eliminated the impossible." He moved back into Sir Reginald's compartment, and I followed, watching as he examined the door mechanism once more with almost painful attention to detail. He tested the bolt, sliding it back and forth listening to the sound it made. He examined the broken chain, holding the severed ends up to the light, running his fingers over the metal. "Watson, come here a moment." I joined him by the door, and he indicated the chain. "What do you observe?" I examined it carefully. The link is broken cleanly. The metal appears to have given way under stress, as one would expect from the force described by Jennings and Patterson. Yes, but look more closely. Look at the coloration of the metal where it broke. I peered at it more intently, and gradually understood what had caught his attention. Where the link had parted, the metal showed bright and fresh, as I had noted earlier. But there were also faint scratches or marks around the breakpoint, barely visible even under close examination. "These marks," I said slowly, "they appear to have been made before the break occurred." "Excellent, Watson. Your powers of observation are improving markedly. Yes, these marks predate the break." Which suggests what? I thought carefully. That the chain may have been weakened deliberately? That someone filed or scored it, making it easier to break when force was applied? A possibility worth considering, and yet, if the chain was weakened from outside, we must ask when and how this was accomplished. The compartment was occupied by Sir Reginald from 11:30 last night until his body was discovered this morning. Unless the chain was tampered with before he boarded, which seems unlikely, given that he himself secured it after Jennings left, then any such tampering would have had to occur while Sir Reginald was inside. Could someone have reached through the gap when the door was opened slightly? Holmes shook his head. The chain, when fastened, allows the door to open no more than 3 inches, insufficient space to reach the chain itself with any tool that could weaken it effectively. No, Watson, if the chain was tampered with, it must have been done either before Sir Reginald entered the compartment, or, he paused, his eyes distant, or from inside the compartment itself. You mean Sir Reginald weakened his own security chain? But why would he do such a thing? Why, indeed? Unless he intended to make it appear that forced entry had occurred, when in fact he planned to admit someone of his own accord. But that theory collapses when we consider that Sir Reginald is the victim, not the perpetrator. Holmes moved to the window again, examining it with the same meticulous attention he had given the door. He measured its dimensions, tested the latch mechanism, even opened it briefly to examine the exterior frame, before the rush of cold air prompted him to close it again. 6 inches, he murmured. The window opens approximately 6 inches at its widest point, before the safety mechanism prevents further opening. Sufficient for ventilation, insufficient for human entry or exit. And the latch, when engaged, is utterly secure. He turned his attention to the ceiling, studying it with his magnifying glass. I could see nothing of particular interest. It was simply the standard ceiling of a railway carriage, solid wooden panelling with no apparent seams or access points. Yet Holmes examined every inch of it, even going so far as to press against various points to test for any give or flexibility. "Nothing?" he said at last, and I could hear the frustration in his voice. The compartment is exactly what it appears to be, a sealed box with 1 door and 1 window, both secured from within at the time of the murder. "Then how, Holmes?" I asked, giving voice to the question that haunted us both. "How was it done?" He sat heavily on the bed, careless for once of disturbing potential evidence, and his expression was one of intense concentration. There are several possibilities, Watson, each with its own difficulties. First, that Sir Reginald admitted his murderer willingly. The killer then escaped and somehow managed to relock and chain the door from outside, a physical impossibility given the mechanisms involved. Second, that Sir Reginald was murdered before Jennings made his final rounds, and that Jennings is lying about hearing the door secured. But this seems unlikely, given that the man has no apparent motive and comes highly recommended. What other possibilities remain? That is precisely the question I am attempting to answer. The third possibility, that the murder was accomplished by some means that did not require physical entry to the compartment, seems equally fantastic. Yet, it is the only avenue that might reconcile the physical evidence. A poisoned drink, perhaps, with a delayed effect. But no, the wound is real enough, and required a weapon that was subsequently removed. He fell silent, and I could see his mind working through the problem with the systematic precision that characterized all his investigations. I have often thought that watching Holmes think was like watching a master craftsman at work. There was something almost artistic in the way he assembled facts, tested hypotheses, discarded failures, and refined successes. "The tunnels," he said suddenly, looking up at me with renewed energy. "Mr. Stevenson mentioned that we would be passing through several tunnels between here and York. I should like to know their exact locations, their lengths, and the times at which the train passed through them last night." You think the tunnels are significant? I think, Watson, that we must examine every variable in this problem. A train is not a static environment like a country house. It is in constant motion, passing through changing terrain, entering and exiting tunnels, stopping at stations. Each of these changes represents a potential variable that might be exploited by a clever murderer. He rose and moved to the door, calling for Mr. Stevenson. The train manager appeared promptly, his face showing the strain of a night without sleep and a day filled with unprecedented crisis. "Mr. Stevenson, I require detailed information about the route travelled last night, between London and the point where Sir Reginald's body was discovered. Specifically, I need to know every tunnel the train passed through, the duration of time spent in each tunnel, and our speed at those points." Stevenson looked puzzled, but nodded. "I can provide that information, Mr. Holmes. We have complete records of the journey. Times, speeds, everything. It's standard railway practice." "Excellent. And I shall need to examine the exterior of this carriage, particularly the roof and the areas immediately adjacent to the sleeping compartments." "The roof, sir?" Stevenson's puzzlement deepened. "Surely you don't think—" "I am not yet certain what I think," Holmes interrupted, though not unkindly. "But I have learned that the solution to an apparently impossible problem often lies in examining the very areas that seem most unlikely. When can the train make an extended stop that would allow such an examination?" "We're due to stop at York at 4:30 for approximately 20 minutes. Refueling and a crew change. Inspector Lestrade will be boarding there as well. Would that suffice?" "It will have to. In the meantime, I should like to interview the other first-class passengers, particularly Mr. Gerald Blackwood, and I shall need to examine Sir Reginald's personal effects, his luggage, his papers, anything that might shed light on his state of mind, or his relationships with others aboard this train." As Stevenson departed to make arrangements, I turned to Holmes. "You think the roof is significant, I think, my dear Watson, that when every conventional entrance is proven impossible, one must consider unconventional entrances. The roof of a railway carriage is not designed for human transit, but that does not mean it is impossible to traverse. A desperate man, or a determined one, might attempt what seems impossible to more cautious souls." I looked up at the solid ceiling above us, trying to imagine someone moving across the roof of a train travelling at 50 miles per hour through the darkness. It seemed a fantastical notion, the stuff of penny dreadful novels rather than serious criminal investigation. And yet, I had learned never to dismiss Holmes's hypotheses, however improbable they might initially appear. But even if someone could reach the roof, I objected, how would they enter the compartment? There's no access from above. Not in the normal course of things, no. But perhaps he paused, his eyes fixed on something I could not see, some pattern or possibility visible only to his unique mind. "We shall see, Watson. We shall see." The train rushed on through the night, and I found myself looking at the ceiling with new attention, wondering if somewhere above us, in the cold darkness, lay the answer to our impossible mystery. The next 2 hours passed in a flurry of interviews and examinations that tested even Holmes's considerable patience. Mr. Gerald Blackwood proved to be a corpulent man in his middle 50s, with the florid complexion of one who enjoyed his port rather too freely. His initial bluster, outrageous that I should be questioned like a common criminal, gave way to nervous defensiveness when Holmes quietly mentioned the disputed railway contract and the £50,000 that had gone to Sir Reginald rather than to Blackwood's firm. "Yes, I was angry about the contract," Blackwood admitted, mopping his brow with a handkerchief, despite the coolness of the carriage. Sir Reginald had connections, political influence. He didn't win that contract on merit, Mr. Holmes, but through backroom dealings, and God knows what promises made to the right people. But angry enough to murder? Good Lord, no. I'm a businessman, not a savage. "Where were you between 11 o'clock last night and 7:30 this morning?" Holmes inquired, his tone conversational, but his eyes watchful. "In my compartment, asleep. I took a sleeping draught. I always do when travelling by train. The motion disturbs me otherwise. I heard nothing, saw nothing, and knew nothing of Sir Reginald's death until this morning when Mr. Stevenson made his announcement to the passengers. Can anyone corroborate this?" Blackwood's face reddened further. "I was alone in my compartment, naturally." "That's rather the point of a private sleeping compartment, is it not?" Holmes made a note in his small leather-bound book. "And your relations with Sir Reginald, were they entirely confined to business rivalry?" "Entirely. I barely knew the man socially. We moved in different circles, Mr. Holmes. He was old money and industry connections. I'm merely a successful tradesman who built his business through hard work rather than inheritance." There was bitterness in his tone, the resentment of the self-made man toward those who had been born to advantage. Yet watching him, observing the tremor in his hands and the genuine shock in his eyes when he spoke of the murder, I found myself doubting he possessed the nerve or the physical capability for such a crime. He was soft, comfortable, a man more suited to boardroom battles than actual violence. Holmes apparently reached a similar conclusion, for after a few more routine questions, he dismissed Blackwood and moved on to interview the other first-class passengers. There was Lady Margaret Ashford, travelling to Edinburgh to visit her daughter, Mr. and Mrs. Pemberton Smith, a middle-aged couple returning from their London season, young Mr. Timothy Hartwell, a university student heading home to Glasgow, and several others, none of whom seemed to have any connection to Sir Reginald or any obvious motive for murder. Each told essentially the same story. They had retired to their compartments, heard nothing unusual during the night, and learned of the death only that morning. Each had secured their compartment in the same manner as Sir Reginald, door locked, chain fastened. Each had been awakened by Jennings or other railway staff at their requested time. None reported any disturbance, any unusual sounds, anything at all that might shed light on the mystery. It was approaching 2 o'clock in the morning when Holmes finally called a halt to the interviews. We returned to our own compartment, where Holmes immediately pulled out the documents Stevenson had provided and began studying them with renewed intensity. I could see the railway timetable spread before him, covered now with his annotations and calculations. "Look here, Watson," he said, pointing to a series of marks he had made. "Between London and York, the Midnight Express passes through 7 significant tunnels. The longest is the Welwyn Tunnel, nearly 1.5 miles in length. The train entered it at approximately 12:45 last morning and emerged at 12:51, 6 minutes of complete darkness." I leaned over to examine the timetable. "You think something happened in the tunnels?" "I think the tunnels represent moments when the external environment of the train changed dramatically. Inside a tunnel, visibility is nil. The noise is amplified. The rush of air becomes more turbulent. If one were attempting something dangerous on the exterior of the train, say, moving from one carriage to another via the roof, the tunnel would provide both cover and concealment. But Holmes, surely the danger would be even greater in a tunnel. The clearance between the train and the tunnel walls is approximately 18 inches on either side for a standard tunnel on this line," he interrupted. "I checked the specifications in the railway manual Stevenson provided. Tight, certainly, but not impossible for a man lying flat against the roof. And remember, Watson, whoever committed this murder was clearly desperate and resourceful. We must not assume that what seems dangerous to us would necessarily deter someone with sufficient motivation." He rose and moved to the window, staring out at the darkness that rushed past. "Consider the timeline. Jennings last saw Sir Reginald alive at 11 o'clock, heard him secure the door. By 7:30 the next morning, Sir Reginald was dead, the door still locked and chained from within. Dr. Pemberton estimated death occurred between midnight and 4 in the morning. The train passed through the Welwyn Tunnel at 12:45, directly within that window. You think the murderer used the tunnel as cover to attempt entry via the roof? I think it is a possibility that must be investigated. And there is another factor to consider." He turned back to me, his eyes bright with that fierce intelligence that made him seem almost inhuman at times. "The weapon, Watson. A thin blade, probably a stiletto or similar. It was not found in the compartment, which means the murderer took it away. But where if he exited via the door? Impossible, as we've established. Then the weapon should have been found on his person when he returned to his own compartment. Yet Mr. Stevenson's staff conducted a search this morning at my request. No such weapon was discovered, Perhaps it was thrown from the train. A possibility. But consider this. If the murderer entered and exited via the roof, he might well have disposed of the weapon by simply dropping it during his return journey. It would fall onto the tracks or into the countryside, lost forever in hundreds of miles of railway line. Far safer than trying to conceal it in his luggage or on his person. I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the temperature of the compartment. The picture Holmes was painting of a man crawling across the roof of a speeding train in the darkness, entering somehow through the ceiling of a locked compartment, committing murder, and escaping the same way, seemed like something from a nightmare or a sensational novel. And yet, I could see the logic of it. If every conventional explanation was impossible, then the unconventional, however improbable, must be considered. But Holmes, I objected, even granting that someone could traverse the roof. How did they enter the compartment? You examined the ceiling yourself. There's no hatch, no access panel, nothing. Yes, he murmured. That remains the central problem. How did they enter? He was silent for a long moment, his fingers drumming against the windowsill. Then, suddenly, he turned to me with an expression of intense concentration. Watson, describe to me again the exact position of Sir Reginald's body when it was discovered. I closed my eyes, calling up the image. He was lying on his back, the covers pulled up to his chest. His head was on the pillow, turned slightly to the left. The wound was below the left clavicle, suggesting the weapon entered at a downward angle. A downward angle, Holmes repeated. Yes, that's consistent with what I observed. Now tell me, if you were standing beside the bed, attempting to stab someone lying in it, what angle would your blade naturally take? I thought about it, mentally positioning myself beside the bed in that small compartment. A downward angle, certainly, but also slightly inward, toward the center of the body. The natural motion of the arm. Exactly, the natural motion of the arm. But suppose, Watson, that the attacker was not standing beside the bed. Suppose he was positioned above it. What angle would the blade take then? Directly downward, I said slowly, understanding beginning to dawn, or nearly so. If the attacker struck from above, then we must ask ourselves how such a position could be achieved. The ceiling is solid, as we confirmed. But what if he paused, his eyes suddenly widening? Watson, the lamp. When you examined the compartment earlier, where exactly was the lamp positioned? On the table by the window. Why? But even as I spoke, I saw where his thoughts were leading. Holmes, you can't mean the ventilation panels, he exclaimed, his voice sharp with excitement. Every railway carriage has ventilation panels to allow air circulation. They're typically located near the ceiling, covered with decorative grillwork. I noticed them in our own compartment, but gave them little thought. But what if one of those panels could be removed from above? What if someone on the roof could reach through? He didn't finish the sentence. Instead, he strode to the door and called for Mr. Stevenson with such urgency that I heard the train manager's hurried footsteps within moments. Mr. Stevenson, the ventilation panels in the sleeping compartments, how are they secured? The train manager looked bewildered. Secured, Mr. Holmes. They're simply fitted into place with a decorative grille. They're designed to allow airflow while maintaining privacy. They can be removed for cleaning or maintenance. But show me, Holmes demanded. Take me to an empty sleeping compartment and show me exactly how these panels are constructed. We followed Stevenson to compartment 12, which had been unoccupied for this journey. Holmes immediately focused his attention on the ventilation panel near the ceiling. A rectangle perhaps 18 inches by 12 inches, covered with an ornate brass grillwork that matched the other fittings in the compartment. "May I?" Holmes asked, and without waiting for permission, he stood on the bed and examined the panel closely with his magnifying glass. His long fingers traced the edges, testing the fit. Then, with a sudden decisive movement, he pushed upward against the grille. It moved, not easily and not far, but it definitely shifted in its frame. Holmes pushed harder, and the entire panel assembly lifted slightly, revealing a dark space beyond. "Good God," Stevenson breathed. "I had no idea they could be moved so easily from below." "From below, perhaps not," Holmes said, still standing on the bed, his head now nearly touching the ceiling. "But from above, with the proper leverage? Watson, I need to examine the roof. Can we stop the train?" "Stop the train?" Stevenson looked horrified. "Mr. Holmes, we're on a strict schedule. We can't simply—" "Then we must wait until York," Holmes interrupted, climbing down from the bed. "But I want a full examination of the roof area above the sleeping compartments the moment we arrive." "I believe, Mr. Stevenson, that we are about to solve the mystery of how your impossible murder was committed." The train manager still looked doubtful, but he nodded. "Very well, Mr. Holmes. We should reach York in approximately 2.5 hours. I'll have the maintenance crew standing by with lamps and ladders." As we made our way back to our own compartment, Holmes was practically vibrating with suppressed energy. "Watson, I believe we are very close now. The ventilation panel provides a means of entry, narrow, difficult, requiring considerable dexterity and nerve, but physically possible for a slender man or woman. If the murderer removed the panel from above, reached down with a long blade, a stiletto would be perfect for this purpose. He could have struck Sir Reginald as he lay sleeping, withdrew the weapon, replaced the panel, and escaped the way he came. But the panel would have to be removed from the outside, I objected. How would the killer access it from the roof? That is what we shall determine at York. But consider, Watson, railway carriages aren't solid blocks of metal. They have joints, seams, access points for maintenance. The roof must have some means of inspection for the ventilation system. If such an access exists. He fell silent as we passed through another tunnel, the sudden darkness and amplified noise making conversation impossible. But in that darkness, I could almost see it. A shadowy figure crawling across the roof of the speeding train, timing his movements to coincide with the tunnels where he could not be seen from outside, reaching down through some opening in the roof to remove the ventilation panel, striking with precision and deadly efficiency, then escaping back into the night. When we emerged from the tunnel, Holmes was at the window, staring up at the darkness above us, as if he could see through the solid roof to whatever secrets it concealed. "Holmes," I said quietly, "even if you're right about the method, we still don't know who. Anyone aboard this train could potentially have—" "Not anyone," he interrupted. "Our murderer must be someone with the physical capability to traverse the roof of a moving train. That eliminates the elderly, the infirm, anyone of excessive weight. Someone with knowledge of railway carriage construction, or at least the intelligence to study and exploit it. Someone with a motive to kill Sir Reginald and the opportunity to do so. And someone, Watson, who would not be missed from their own compartment during the crucial hours. "Someone travelling alone," I said slowly. "Precisely. Which narrows our suspects considerably. Mr. Blackwood is alone, as is young Mr. Hartwell, as is—" He paused, consulting the passenger list. "Mr. James Morrison, who claimed to be travelling to Edinburgh on legal business. A solicitor, supposedly, though I note that he was remarkably evasive when I questioned him earlier about his specific business in Scotland." "You suspect him?" "I suspect everyone, Watson. But Mr. Morrison is certainly worth a closer examination. He is the right age, perhaps 40 years old, appears physically fit, and his compartment is located 2 doors down from Sir Reginald's. Close enough to observe his victim's movements, far enough to avoid immediate suspicion." The train began to slow, and I felt that peculiar sensation in my stomach that comes with deceleration. "Are we stopping?" Holmes checked his pocket watch. "Grantham Station, if the timetable is accurate. A brief stop for mail exchange, then on to York. We have time, Watson. Time enough for our murderer to believe he's gotten away with the perfect crime. But soon, very soon, we shall show him that there is no such thing as a perfect crime, only crimes that have not yet been properly investigated." As the train came to a complete stop, and we heard the sounds of activity on the platform outside, Holmes settled back into his seat with an expression of grim satisfaction. His long fingers were steepled beneath his chin, and his grey eyes stared into the middle distance, seeing patterns and connections invisible to ordinary minds. I took out my notebook and began recording my observations, knowing that Holmes would want a complete account of every detail, every nuance of this strange case. But even as I wrote, I found my eyes drawn upward to the ceiling of our compartment, imagining the dark figure that might have crept across it in the dead of night, bringing death to a sleeping man. The train lurched into motion once more, and we continued our journey northward through the darkness, carrying with us the solution to a mystery that had seemed impossible mere hours before. York awaited, and with it, I hoped, the final proof that would transform Holmes's brilliant theory into demonstrable fact. The game, indeed, was very much afoot. The grey light of dawn was just beginning to touch the eastern horizon when the Midnight Express pulled into York Station at precisely 4:30 in the morning. The great medieval city, with its magnificent minster silhouetted against the lightening sky, presented a picture of Gothic grandeur that would have stirred my literary sensibilities under other circumstances. But on this particular morning, my attention was entirely focused on the investigation at hand. Inspector Lestrade was waiting on the platform, his compact figure unmistakable even in the dim gaslight. He wore a heavy overcoat against the morning chill, and his sharp features bore the slightly harried expression of a man who had been roused from his bed at an unconscionable hour and transported by special train to meet us here. Yet there was also anticipation in his eyes. Lestrade might sometimes be baffled by Holmes's methods, but he had learned to trust in their results. "Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson," he called out as we descended from the carriage. "A pretty problem you've got here, I understand. A locked room murder on a moving train. It's like something from a sensation novel." "It is precisely because it seems impossible that it must have a rational explanation," Holmes replied, shaking Lestrade's hand briefly. "And I believe we are very close to discovering that explanation." But first, I must examine the roof of the carriage. Mr. Stevenson has arranged for ladders and lamps. "All ready, Mr. Holmes," the train manager confirmed, appearing at Holmes's elbow. The maintenance crew is standing by, but I must emphasize that we have only 20 minutes before we must continue to Edinburgh. The schedule will be kept, I assure you, Holmes said. "Come, Watson, Lestrade. Let us see what secrets the roof has to tell us." The maintenance crew had positioned 2 tall ladders against the side of the second carriage, and powerful railway lamps illuminated the scene. Holmes ascended the first ladder with the agility of a much younger man, and I followed somewhat more cautiously, mindful of my war-wounded leg and the awkwardness of climbing in the cold pre-dawn air. Lestrade came after me, muttering something uncomplimentary about midnight adventures under his breath. The roof of the railway carriage was not flat, as I had vaguely imagined, but gently curved, with a central walkway perhaps 2 feet wide, running the length of the carriage. On either side of this walkway, the roof sloped down toward the edges. The surface was covered in soot and grime from the locomotive smoke, and I could see immediately why someone traversing it would leave evidence of their passage. Holmes had already begun his examination, moving along the walkway with his magnifying glass in hand and one of the railway lamps held high. His keen eyes scanned every inch of the surface, and within moments he gave a soft exclamation of satisfaction. "Here, Watson. Look at this." I moved carefully to where he stood, acutely aware of the drop on either side and the hardness of the platform below. Holmes was pointing to a series of marks in the soot, smudges and disturbances that suggested something, or someone, had passed this way recently. "The soot pattern is telling," Holmes explained, his voice tight with controlled excitement. "See how it's been disturbed in a linear fashion, roughly corresponding to the width of a man's body. And here," he moved a few feet further along, "you can see where hands grip the edge of the walkway. The finger marks are quite distinct." Lestrade had joined us now, and even he could see what Holmes was indicating. "Someone crawled along here," he said slowly. "But when?" "This train makes the London to Edinburgh run daily. These marks could be from any time in the past week." "Observe the edges of the disturbed areas," Holmes instructed. "The soot is recent. You can see how the residue has been compressed, but not yet dried or scattered by wind and weather. These marks were made last night. I am certain of it. And see here." He moved to a position that, if I calculated correctly, would be directly above Sir Reginald's compartment. The disturbance is greatest at this point. Someone spent considerable time here, working at something. He knelt down, heedless of the soot that would inevitably stain his trousers, and examined the roof surface with minute attention. His long fingers traced the outline of what I now saw was a small rectangular panel, perhaps 2 feet by 18 inches, set into the roof itself. "The ventilation access," Holmes breathed, "exactly as I hypothesized. Mr. Stevenson, can you explain the purpose of this panel?" The train manager had joined us on the roof, looking distinctly uncomfortable at the height and the precariousness of our position. "It's a maintenance access for the ventilation system, Mr. Holmes. Each sleeping compartment has one. They're normally sealed with screws to prevent tampering, but they can be opened for inspection or repair. And are they checked regularly? Every 6 months during scheduled maintenance. But they're quite secure. The screws are tightened firmly, and the panel sits in a groove that makes it difficult to remove even when unsecured. Holmes produced his magnifying glass once more and examined the edges of the panel with painstaking care. Interesting? Very interesting indeed. Watson, Lestrade, observed the screw heads. What do you notice? I leaned closer, as did Lestrade. The screws that held the panel in place showed fresh scratches around their heads, the unmistakable marks of a tool that had recently turned them. Someone removed these screws, Lestrade said. Recently, by the look of it. Within the last 24 hours, I should say, Holmes confirmed. And see here, tiny fragments of metal caught in the groove where the panel sits. Someone forced this open, removed the screws, lifted the panel, and beneath it. He gestured for Mr. Stevenson to help him, and together they carefully lifted the panel. Beneath it was a dark space, and when Holmes directed his lamp downward, I could see the decorative brass grille of the ventilation panel that we had examined from inside the compartment. The panel that could be pushed upward from below, but which, from this angle, could also be pulled upward from above. The method is now clear, Holmes announced, his voice carrying the satisfaction of vindicated theory. Our murderer climbed onto the roof of the train, most likely while it was in a tunnel where he could not be seen from outside. He moved to this position above Sir Reginald's compartment. Using tools he had brought for the purpose, he removed the screws securing this access panel. He then lifted the panel, reached down, and removed the interior ventilation grille. This would give him an opening, narrow but sufficient, through which he could reach into the compartment below. But the angle, I objected, trying to visualize the geometry. How could he strike accurately through such a small space? Consider the position of the bed, Watson. Sir Reginald was lying on his back, his head near the window, his feet toward the door. The ventilation panel is positioned almost directly above the center of the bed. Our murderer would have had to reach down approximately 4 feet. Uncomfortable, certainly, but not impossible for a man of average height with reasonably long arms. And remember, he was using a stiletto, a long, narrow blade designed for precisely this sort of precise thrusting attack. Holmes straightened, his eyes bright with the fierce joy of successful deduction. He struck downward through the opening, piercing Sir Reginald's chest as he slept. Death would have been nearly instantaneous. The murderer then withdrew the weapon, replaced the interior grille, which would fall back into position under its own weight, replaced this access panel, resecured the screws, and made his way back along the roof to whatever point he had used for access. But where did he get onto the roof? Lestrade asked, looking along the length of the carriage. And how did he get back down? An excellent question, Inspector. Let us continue our examination. Holmes moved along the roof toward the rear of the carriage, and we followed carefully. At the junction between the second and third carriages, our own carriage, there was a small platform where the 2 cars connected, and here the roof was lower, with a ladder-like arrangement of metal rungs that would allow someone to climb up or down. Here, Holmes said simply, this is where he accessed the roof. During the journey, when passengers are in their compartments and the corridors are empty, it would be relatively simple to open the exterior door between carriages, climb up using these rungs, and traverse the roof to the target location. But the risk, I protested. The wind, the speed, the danger of being thrown off. was considerable, yes, which tells us something important about our murderer. He's either very brave or very desperate, perhaps both. And he possesses a certain physical capability. He must be relatively young, fit, and possessed of excellent balance and nerve. Lestrade was taking notes in his official police notebook, his efficient manner taking over now that the theoretical discussion was giving way to practical police work. So we're looking for a man, probably aged between 25 and 45, physically fit, travelling alone in first class, with access to this carriage and a motive to kill Sir Reginald Thornbury. Precisely, Inspector. And there is one other crucial piece of evidence that will help us narrow the field considerably. Holmes moved back to the access panel above Sir Reginald's compartment and knelt beside it once more. Using his magnifying glass, he examined the soot-stained surface with minute attention, his body blocking my view of whatever he had discovered. "Ah," he murmured. "Yes, just as I suspected. Watson, bring your lamp closer, if you would." I did as he asked, and in the increased light, I saw what had captured his attention. A single dark fibre, perhaps 2 inches long, caught on the edge of the access panel, where the metal had been forced upward. "A thread from the murderer's clothing," Holmes explained, carefully extracting it with a pair of tweezers he produced from his waistcoat pocket. He held it up to the light, examining it with the intensity of a jeweller assessing a diamond. "Dark wool, good quality, consistent with a gentleman's suit. And see here, there is a distinctive pattern to the weave, a very subtle herringbone. This is not common cloth, Watson. This is the product of a quality tailor, probably Scottish, given the specific style of the weave." "Scottish?" Lestrade repeated. "But we're investigating an Englishman's murder." "Are we?" Holmes interrupted, his eyes suddenly sharp. "Sir Reginald's business. Dealings extended throughout Britain. Inspector." His recent contract dispute involved Scottish steel interests, and we have among our passengers at least 2 men travelling to Scotland on business, one of whom claimed to be a solicitor, but was remarkably vague about the details of his practice. "Mr. Morrison," I said, remembering Holmes's earlier suspicions. "Indeed. Mr. James Morrison, who occupies compartment 5, 2 doors from Sir Reginald's compartment, and directly adjacent to the carriage connection where our murderer would have accessed the roof. Mr. Morrison, who is travelling alone, who is physically capable of the acrobatic feat required, and who, I suspect, has considerably more connection to Sir Reginald Thornbury than a simple coincidental train journey would suggest." Holmes carefully placed the fibre in a small envelope and pocketed it. "Inspector Lestrade, I believe it is time we had a rather more pointed conversation with Mr. Morrison. But first, let us examine his compartment, specifically his wardrobe. If he was on this roof last night, his clothing will show evidence of it. Soot is remarkably difficult to remove completely, and the knees and elbows of his suit will be stained. We descended from the roof with considerably more urgency than we had ascended it. Mr. Stevenson checked his pocket watch and announced that we had 7 minutes before departure. Holmes, however, was already striding back toward the train with the focused intensity of a hunting dog that has caught the scent of its quarry. "Mr. Stevenson, I shall need you to open Mr. Morrison's compartment," Holmes said as we reboarded. "Dr. Watson, you will accompany us as witness. Inspector Lestrade, I suggest you position yourself near the exits in case our suspect decides to make a run for it." "Now hold on, Mr. Holmes," Lestrade protested. "We can't just go breaking into a man's private compartment without..." "Without what, Inspector?" "Without evidence. I have just shown you evidence that someone traversed the roof of this train and removed the access panel above the murder scene. I have recovered a fibre consistent with a gentleman's suit, and I am about to demonstrate that Mr. Morrison's clothing will show corresponding evidence of his nocturnal activities. If I am wrong, I shall apologise profusely. If I am right, you will have your murderer. Now, shall we proceed, or shall we allow him to reach Edinburgh and disappear into the Scottish countryside?" Lestrade's jaw tightened, but he nodded. "Very well. But this had better be solid, Holmes, or we'll both be answering uncomfortable questions from our superiors." We made our way to compartment 5, where Mr. Stevenson knocked firmly on the door. There was a moment of silence, then a voice called out, "Yes." "Who is it?" "Mr. Morrison, this is Mr. Stevenson, the train manager. I need to speak with you urgently regarding a railway matter. Would you be so kind as to open your door?" Another pause, longer this time. I could almost feel the calculation happening on the other side of that door, the weighing of options, the assessment of risk. Finally, we heard the sound of the bolt being drawn back, and the door opened a few inches. James Morrison stood in the gap, still in his nightshirt, his dark hair dishevelled from sleep. But his eyes were alert, wary, the eyes of a man who knows something is wrong. "Mr. Stevenson, what's the meaning of this disturbance at such an hour?" "I'm afraid I must ask you to admit us, Mr. Morrison," Holmes said, stepping forward so that Morrison could see him clearly. "My name is Sherlock Holmes, and I am investigating the murder of Sir Reginald Thornbury. I have reason to believe you can assist us with our inquiries." Morrison's face, already pale in the dim light of the corridor, went a shade paler, but his voice remained steady. "I've already spoken to you, Mr. Holmes. I know nothing about Sir Reginald's death. I was asleep in my compartment all night." "Then you will have no objection to allowing us to examine your compartment and your personal effects. A simple formality, I assure you, to eliminate you from our investigation." For a long moment, Morrison stood frozen, and I could see the battle playing out behind his eyes. Then, slowly, he stepped back and opened the door wider. "Very well, though I protest this invasion of my privacy." Holmes entered first, his keen eyes immediately scanning the small space. Morrison's luggage was neatly arranged, his clothing hung carefully in the small wardrobe. Everything appeared orderly, normal, unremarkable. Except for one thing. Holmes moved directly to the wardrobe and examined the suits hanging there. There were 3, one grey, one brown, and one dark blue. Holmes focused his attention on the blue suit, removing it from the hanger and examining it closely in the light from the compartment lamp. "Mr. Morrison," he said quietly, "would you care to explain why the knees and elbows of this suit are stained with railway soot? Fresh soot, I might add, that has not yet been brushed or cleaned away." Morrison's face went from pale to ashen. His mouth opened, but no words came out. "And furthermore," Holmes continued, producing the envelope containing the fibre, "would you care to explain how a thread from this very suit came to be caught on the roof access panel directly above Sir Reginald Thornbury's compartment?" The silence that followed was broken only by the sound of the railway whistle, the final warning before departure. Morrison stood motionless, and I could see his mind working frantically, searching for explanation, for escape, for any way out of the trap that had closed around him. "I think, Mr. Morrison," Inspector Lestrade said, stepping forward with his handcuffs ready, "that you had better come with me." "James Morrison, I am arresting you on suspicion of the murder of Sir Reginald Thornbury. You are not obliged to say anything, but anything you do say may be used in evidence against you." And as the train gave its final lurch and began to pull out of York Station, heading north toward Edinburgh with its cargo of passengers, secrets, and one very successful detective, I found myself thinking that Holmes had been right, as he so often was. There was no such thing as a perfect crime. Only crimes waiting to be solved by those with the wit and determination to see beyond the impossible to the improbable truth that lay beneath. The dawn broke fully as we continued our journey northward, the landscape of Yorkshire giving way to the rolling hills of the borders, and all the while James Morrison sat in his compartment under the watchful eye of Constable Patterson, silent and withdrawn. Inspector Lestrade had insisted on securing the prisoner immediately, though Holmes had suggested we might learn more through conversation than through immediate arrest. In the end, a compromise was reached. Morrison would remain in his compartment, guarded but not yet formally charged, until we reached Edinburgh and could conduct a proper interview at the railway police office there. Holmes spent the intervening hours in a state of restless energy, pacing our compartment, smoking his pipe with fierce intensity, and occasionally making cryptic remarks about human nature and the desperation that drives men to murder. I knew this mood well, the mixture of satisfaction at having solved the intellectual puzzle combined with a certain melancholy at the human tragedy that inevitably accompanied such solutions. "You're troubled, Holmes," I observed, as we passed through Berwick-upon-Tweed, the coastal town marking our entry into Scotland. He paused in his pacing and looked at me, his grey eyes thoughtful. "I am troubled by the waste of it all, Watson. Here is a man, Morrison, presumably educated, intelligent, capable of planning and executing a remarkably ingenious crime, and yet he has thrown his life away for what? Revenge? Money? Some perceived slight. Whatever his motive, was it truly worth the price he will now pay? You believe he will confess. I believe he will tell us the truth, yes. Men like Morrison, and I include myself in this category, are cursed with the need to be understood. He has committed what he doubtless considers a masterpiece of criminal ingenuity. The locked room, the impossible murder, the perfect alibi. He will want us to appreciate the brilliance of his planning, even as he faces the gallows for it. Holmes's prediction proved remarkably accurate. When we finally pulled into Edinburgh's Waverley Station at 8 o'clock that morning, Morrison had already requested to speak with Holmes privately. Lestrade, after some initial resistance, agreed to allow this interview, provided he was present and that anything said could be used in evidence. The railway police office at Waverley was a functional space. Bare walls, a scarred wooden table, several chairs, and a window overlooking the platform where travellers hurried about their business, oblivious to the drama unfolding in the room above them. Morrison sat at the table, his hands folded before him, his face composed, but drawn with exhaustion, and, I thought, a certain relief at having the burden of secrecy finally lifted. "Mr. Holmes," he began, his voice steady. "I want you to know that I admire your methods. From the moment you boarded this train, I knew my time was limited. I had planned everything so carefully, you see, every detail, every contingency, but I had not planned for Sherlock Holmes." "Flattery will not reduce your sentence, Mr. Morrison," Lestrade interjected, but Holmes raised a hand. "Let him speak, Inspector." "I am curious to hear how such an ingenious crime was conceived and executed. Mr. Morrison, perhaps you would begin by telling us your true relationship with Sir Reginald Thornbury. For I assume you are not, in fact, a solicitor travelling on legal business." A thin smile crossed Morrison's face. "You assume correctly. My name is indeed James Morrison, but I am not a solicitor. I am, or rather I was, an engineer employed by the Caledonian Steelworks in Glasgow. Sir Reginald Thornbury destroyed that company, Mr. Holmes, and with it, my career, my reputation, and my future. The contract dispute, I said, understanding beginning to dawn. Not merely a contract dispute, Dr. Watson. A calculated campaign of industrial sabotage disguised as legitimate business competition. Sir Reginald wanted the Highland Railway contract, and he was willing to use any means necessary to obtain it. He bribed officials, spread false rumours about the quality of our steel, and finally, when those measures proved insufficient, he arranged for several of our shipments to be deliberately contaminated with inferior materials. Morrison's voice remained calm, but I could hear the bitterness beneath the controlled surface. When the contaminated steel was discovered, the scandal ruined us. My employer, Mr. Andrew Blackwood, cousin to Gerald Blackwood, whom you interviewed earlier, lost everything. The company was forced into bankruptcy. I lost my position, and with it, any hope of employment in my field. No other firm would hire an engineer associated with such a scandal, regardless of my personal innocence. "And so you decided upon revenge," Holmes said quietly. "I decided upon justice, Mr. Holmes. There is a difference, though the law may not recognize it. Sir Reginald Thornbury was a destroyer of lives, a man who wielded wealth and influence without conscience or remorse. He would never face legal consequences for his actions. Men like him never do. So yes, I determined that if the law wouldn't hold him accountable, then I would." "How did you plan the murder?" Holmes asked, leaning forward with evident interest. "When did you first conceive of using the train roof as your means of entry?" Morrison seemed almost eager to explain, as if he had been waiting for someone who could truly appreciate the complexity of his scheme. "I have worked with railways all my professional life, Mr. Holmes. I understand their construction, their systems, their vulnerabilities. When I learned that Sir Reginald regularly took the midnight express to Edinburgh, he had business interests there that required monthly visits. I began to study the route, the train's specifications, the layout of the sleeping compartments." He paused, and I saw his hands tighten slightly. "It took me 3 months of planning. I rode the Midnight Express 4 times, observing, measuring, testing my theories. I discovered the roof access panels during one of those journeys. A maintenance crew was working on the ventilation system, and I saw them open the panel from above. That's when I understood how it could be done." "You purchased a ticket for the same train as Sir Reginald," Holmes prompted. "Yes, I knew his schedule. He was a creature of habit, always travelling on the first Tuesday of each month. I booked compartment 5, which was as close as I could get to his usual compartment without arousing suspicion. I brought with me a small toolkit disguised in my luggage, a screwdriver, a thin stiletto that had belonged to my grandfather, rope for securing myself if needed. "And the execution of the crime itself?" Lestrade asked, his pencil moving rapidly across his notepad. Morrison took a deep breath. I waited until after 11 o'clock, when the attendant had made his final rounds and most passengers were asleep. I dressed in my darkest suit, the one Mr. Holmes so astutely examined, and made my way to the carriage connection. The corridors were empty. I opened the exterior door, climbed onto the roof using the access ladder, and began moving towards Sir Reginald's compartment. "It must have been terrifying," I said, unable to suppress my medical man's concern, even for a confessed murderer. "The wind, the speed, the darkness." "It was," Morrison admitted. I had tested my nerve during previous journeys by standing in the carriage connection and feeling the wind and motion. But actually crawling across that roof, with the train travelling at 50 miles per hour, knowing that one slip would mean certain death. Yes, Doctor. Watson, it was the most frightening experience of my life. "Yet you persevered," Holmes observed. I had come too far to turn back. When we entered the Welwyn Tunnel, I had memorized the timetable and knew precisely when to expect it. I used the darkness and the cover of the amplified noise to remove the screws from the access panel. The work was awkward, lying flat on my stomach, but I had practiced the motions countless times in my lodgings. He fell silent for a moment, and when he continued, his voice was quieter. Once the panel was removed, I could see down into the compartment. Sir Reginald was asleep, exactly as I had hoped. I reached down, pushed up the interior ventilation grill. It moved easily, just as I had observed during my test journeys. And then I struck. One thrust, quick and precise, aimed at the heart based on my knowledge of anatomy. I am not a medical man, Dr. Watson, but I had studied enough to know where to strike for immediate fatality. I felt a chill at the clinical nature of his description. This was not a crime of passion, not a moment of rage or temporary insanity. This was calculated murder, planned and executed with the precision of an engineering project. "He died almost instantly," Morrison continued. "There was no cry, no struggle. I withdrew the weapon, replaced the ventilation grill, secured the access panel, and made my way back across the roof. The entire process took, perhaps, 10 minutes. By the time we emerged from the tunnel, I was back in the carriage connection, descending the ladder, returning to my compartment. I cleaned the weapon as best I could, wrapped it in cloth, and disposed of it through the window once we were travelling through open countryside. "And the soot on your clothing?" Holmes asked. I had planned to clean it thoroughly before morning, but I underestimated how exhausted I would be. The physical and emotional strain of what I had done. He paused, swallowing hard. I fell asleep in my chair, still wearing the suit. When I woke, it was nearly 7 o'clock, and I realized I had no time to clean it properly before the body would be discovered. I brushed away what I could, but clearly not enough to escape your notice, Mr. Holmes. Holmes nodded slowly. "You made several errors, Mr. Morrison, though your basic plan was sound. The fibre caught on the access panel was your first mistake, a tiny oversight, but ultimately fatal to your scheme. Your second was underestimating the ability of trained investigators to think beyond conventional limitations. You assumed that because you had created an apparently locked room, the police would exhaust themselves trying to explain entry through conventional means. The door, the window. You did not anticipate that someone might look upward, might consider the roof as an access point. No, Morrison agreed. I did not anticipate Sherlock Holmes. That was, perhaps, my greatest error. Why Edinburgh? I asked suddenly. If your grievance was with Sir Reginald, why wait until he was travelling to Scotland? Why not act in London, where escape might have been easier? Morrison's expression grew bitter. Because Sir Reginald was travelling to Edinburgh to finalise another contract, one that would further enrich him at the expense of Scottish workers and Scottish industry. I wanted him to die on Scottish soil, or as close to it as possible. Perhaps that seems melodramatic to you, Dr. Watson, but it mattered to me. Scotland had been good to me until Sir Reginald destroyed my career. I wanted him to answer for his crimes in the land where he had committed them. A symbolic gesture, Holmes observed, yet one that ultimately contributed to your capture. Had you struck in London, the investigation might have taken a very different course. The railway police might not have called for my assistance. You might, conceivably, have escaped justice. Perhaps. But I find I am not sorry, Mr. Holmes. I did what I believed was right. I removed a man who would have continued to destroy lives and livelihoods without remorse or consequence. If I must hang for that, he shrugged, then I will hang knowing that Sir Reginald Thornbury will destroy no more honest men. Lestrade cleared his throat. Mr. Morrison, do you wish to make a formal confession? I must warn you that anything you say will be recorded and used in court. I do, Morrison replied. I, James Morrison, of Glasgow, Scotland, do confess that I did wilfully and with premeditation murder Sir Reginald Thornbury aboard the Midnight Express on the night of the 14th of October, 1892. I acted alone, and I take full responsibility for my actions. As Lestrade carefully wrote out the confession and had Morrison sign it, I found myself feeling a complex mixture of emotions. Morrison was a murderer that could not be excused or justified. And yet, listening to his account, seeing the calm acceptance in his eyes, I could not help but feel a certain sympathy for a man driven to desperate action by the destruction of his livelihood and reputation. Holmes, I noticed, sat quietly throughout the formal confession, his expression unreadable. But when Lestrade had finished and arranged for Morrison to be taken into custody by the local police, my friend rose and extended his hand to the prisoner. Mr. Morrison, you are a murderer, and you will face the consequences of your crime. But I want you to know that I recognize the ingenuity of your method and the depth of your grievance, even if I cannot condone your actions. Morrison shook Holmes's hand, and for a moment something like understanding passed between them. Two brilliant minds, one devoted to solving crimes, the other to committing one. Thank you, Mr. Holmes. I suspect that in another life we might have been colleagues rather than adversaries. Perhaps, Holmes said quietly, but we live in this life, Mr. Morrison, and in this life, murder is murder, regardless of the justification we tell ourselves. As the Scottish police led Morrison away, Lestrade turned to Holmes with evident satisfaction. Well, Mr. Holmes, another case solved brilliantly, though I confess I would never have thought to look at the roof. How do you know that was the answer? Holmes smiled faintly. When you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains however improbable, must be the truth. The door and window were impossible, therefore the answer had to lie elsewhere. The roof was improbable certainly, dangerous, difficult, requiring considerable nerve and planning. But it was not impossible. And in the end, Inspector, it is the difference between the impossible and the merely improbable that solves these cases. We emerged from the police office into the bright morning light of Edinburgh, and I breathed deeply of the cool Scottish air. The city was coming alive around us. Merchants opening their shops, workers hurrying to their employment, the great castle on its rock standing eternal watch over the bustling streets below. "Breakfast, Watson?" Holmes suggested. "I find that solving murders always gives me quite an appetite. And then, I think, we should wire Mrs. Hudson to expect us back in London this evening. Our work here is done." As we made our way through the ancient streets of Edinburgh toward a restaurant Holmes remembered from a previous visit, I reflected on the strange case of the Midnight Express. A man had died, another would likely hang, and justice, such as it was, had been served. Yet I could not shake the feeling that there was something profoundly sad about the entire affair. Not merely the waste of life, though that was tragedy enough, but the cascade of destruction that had led to this moment. Sir Reginald's ruthless business practices, Morrison's ruined career, the murder itself, and now the inevitable conclusion at the gallows. "You're philosophizing, Watson," Holmes observed, glancing at me with that uncanny ability he had to read my thoughts. "I can always tell. You get a certain look, as if you're trying to solve the mysteries of the universe, rather than simply describing them." "I suppose I am," I admitted. "This case, it seems to me that the real crime began long before Morrison climbed onto that roof. Sir Reginald destroyed lives through legal means and faced no consequences. Morrison destroyed a life through illegal means and will hang for it. Where is the justice in that?" "There is no justice in it, Watson. There is only law. And we, whether we like it or not, serve the law rather than some abstract notion of justice. Morrison committed murder. Whatever his grievances, however legitimate his complaints, he took a human life. That cannot be overlooked or excused. And yet, you shook his hand." Holmes was silent for a long moment. "I shook his hand because I understood his pain, even as I condemned his actions. I am not so cold, Watson, that I cannot recognize the difference between a career criminal and a desperate man driven to terrible action. But understanding is not the same as approval. Morrison will face the consequences of his crime, as he must. That is the law, and the law must be upheld, else we descend into chaos where every man may be judge, jury, and executioner based on his own sense of grievance." We walked on in comfortable silence, and I knew that Holmes was right, even as I struggled with the ethical complexities of the case. This, I thought, was why I valued my friendship with him so highly. He challenged me to think beyond simple answers, to grapple with the difficult questions that arose from our investigations. The Midnight Express would continue its journeys, carrying passengers between London and Edinburgh, its secret now revealed, its impossible crime solved. And somewhere in a Scottish prison, James Morrison would await his trial, knowing that his brilliant plan had been undone by an even more brilliant detective. Justice, imperfect though it might be, had been served. And so I return, these 3 years later, to my study and my fireside. The pages of this journal spread before me like a map of memory. The rain continues its gentle percussion against the windows, and the fire has burned down to glowing embers that cast a warm, amber light across the room. It is late now, past midnight, and London sleeps beyond these walls, unaware of the memories I have been resurrecting through ink and paper. The case of the Midnight Express, as I have come to think of it, was concluded with Morrison's trial some 3 months after that October morning in Edinburgh. He was found guilty, as we all knew he would be, and sentenced to hang. Yet, even at the trial, there was something in the public response that troubled me, a sense that while the jury condemned the deed, they could not entirely condemn the man. Morrison's revelations about Sir Reginald's business practices had sparked investigations that revealed a pattern of corruption and ruthlessness that shocked even the most cynical observers of industrial affairs. Several members of Parliament called for reforms to prevent such predatory practices. Sir Reginald's reputation, already tarnished by his death, was further blackened by the evidence that emerged, and Morrison, awaiting execution, received numerous letters of support from workers who'd been ruined by Sir Reginald's machinations. Men who saw in Morrison not a villain, but a reluctant avenger. Holmes followed the trial proceedings with great interest, though he did not attend in person. He had given his evidence in written form, a detailed account of his investigation and the physical evidence that had led to Morrison's apprehension. Inspector Lestrade received commendations from his superiors for his role in solving such a complex case, though he was generous enough to acknowledge publicly that the solution had been primarily Holmes's work. The sentence, however, was never carried out. 3 days before the scheduled execution, Morrison was found dead in his cell, having taken poison that had somehow been smuggled to him. The authorities conducted an investigation, but no source for the poison was ever identified. Holmes had his own theories about this. He suspected that one of Morrison's former colleagues, perhaps someone connected to the ruined steelworks, had arranged for the poison as an act of mercy. But if he had evidence to support this theory, he never shared it with the authorities. "Perhaps it is better this way," Holmes said to me one evening as we sat in our Baker Street lodgings, discussing the case over brandy and tobacco. "Morrison was not a criminal by nature, Watson. He was a man pushed beyond endurance by circumstances he could not control. The law required his punishment, and he accepted that. But I cannot say I am sorry that he escaped the rope." I remember being somewhat shocked by this admission. Holmes was, after all, a consulting detective whose entire profession was built upon upholding the law and bringing criminals to justice. Yet, here he was, expressing something close to relief that a convicted murderer had escaped the full measure of his sentence. "You surprise me, Holmes," I said. "I have never known you to be soft on criminals." "I am not soft on criminals, Watson. But I am, perhaps, growing more aware of the complexities that drive human behaviour. Morrison committed murder. That is indisputable. But he did so in response to a greater crime that the law could not or would not address. Does that excuse his actions? Number. But it does, perhaps, help us understand them. And understanding, I am beginning to believe, is as important as judgment. It was one of the few times I heard Holmes speak so philosophically about his work, and I treasured the moment even as I struggled to reconcile his words with the stern detective I had known for so many years. Perhaps we were both growing older, both becoming more aware of the grey areas that exist between the clear blacks and whites of legal innocence and guilt. The railway company, I should add, made significant changes following the incident. The roof access panels were modified to make them impossible to open without special tools, and additional security measures were implemented for the sleeping compartments. The Midnight Express continued its service, but I confess I have never ridden it again without thinking of Sir Reginald Thornbury lying in his bed as death descended from above, or of James Morrison crawling across that roof in the darkness, driven by desperation and determination to a crime that would ultimately cost him everything. As I sit here now, recording these memories, I find myself reflecting not merely on the mechanics of the crime or the brilliance of Holmes's deduction, but on the larger questions the case raised, questions about justice and law, about the responsibilities of the powerful toward the powerless, about the breaking points of human endurance. Sir Reginald Thornbury was, by all accounts, a legal criminal, a man who destroyed lives and livelihoods through methods that, while morally reprehensible, remained within the bounds of the law. He faced no consequences for his actions, because the law, as it was written, protected his right to conduct business however he saw fit, regardless of the human cost. James Morrison, on the other hand, took the law into his own hands and became an illegal criminal, one who faced the full weight of judicial punishment. Which was the greater crime? The question haunts me still, though I know Holmes would say I am overcomplicating matters. The law exists to prevent chaos, he told me once. Without it, every man becomes his own judge, and society dissolves into violence and vengeance. Morrison's grievance may have been legitimate, but his response was not. That is the difference between civilization and barbarism. And yet, I wonder, if the law protects those who commit legal crimes and punishes those who seek to stop them through illegal means, is the law truly just? Or is it merely a mechanism that perpetuates the power of those who already possess it? These are questions beyond my capacity to answer, I fear. I am a doctor and a chronicler, not a philosopher or a reformer, but I cannot help but ask them, particularly when I remember Morrison's calm acceptance of his fate, his belief that he had done the right thing, even knowing the price he would pay. Holmes and I never discussed the case in great detail after that evening conversation. It seemed to trouble him in ways that other cases did not, and I respected his wish to let the matter rest. We moved on to other investigations, other mysteries, other challenges that required his unique genius and my steadfast companionship. Yet, I know the case affected him, changed him in subtle ways I am still attempting to understand. He became, perhaps, more thoughtful about the cases he chose to pursue, more willing to consider the human motivations behind criminal acts, even as he worked to solve and prevent those acts. And on several occasions, I observed him quietly, arranging for assistance to reach individuals who had been victims of legal but immoral practices, financial support, letters of introduction, connections that might help them rebuild shattered lives. He never admitted to these acts of charity, and he would have been mortified if I had acknowledged them openly. But I knew, as I have always known, that beneath his austere exterior and his professed devotion to pure logic, Sherlock Holmes possessed a compassionate heart that was moved by human suffering, even when he pretended otherwise. The case of the Midnight Express taught me something important about my friend, something I had perhaps always known but had never fully articulated. Holmes was not merely a thinking machine, not merely a detective who solved puzzles for the intellectual satisfaction they provided. He was a man deeply engaged with questions of justice and morality, a man who struggled, as we all do, with the imperfect nature of the systems we create to govern human behavior. And it taught me something about myself as well. I had always thought of my role in our partnership as relatively simple. I was the faithful recorder, the loyal companion, the medical man who provided practical support and occasional insight. But this case made me realize that I was also a moral witness, someone who could see and articulate the ethical dimensions of our investigations in ways that Holmes, for all his brilliance, sometimes struggled to express. We needed each other, Holmes and I, not merely for our complementary skills, but for our different perspectives on the human condition. He brought clarity, logic, and precision to our investigations. I brought empathy, context, and an understanding of the emotional complexities that motivated human behavior. Together, we formed a whole greater than the sum of our individual parts. As the years have passed since that October morning in 1892, I have continued to accompany Holmes on his cases, to record his triumphs and occasionally his failures, to stand beside him in moments of danger and in moments of quiet satisfaction. Yet the case of the Midnight Express remains one that I return to in my thoughts more often than most others, for it encapsulates so much of what I have learned about detective work, about justice, about friendship, and about the complicated, contradictory nature of human beings. I think often of Inspector Lestrade, who joined us at York and contributed his own professional competence to the investigation. Lestrade has never been the brilliant deductive genius that Holmes is. Few men are, but he represents something equally important: the steady, methodical application of police procedure and the rule of law. Without men like Lestrade, society would indeed descend into the chaos that Holmes warned against. And yet, without men like Holmes, who can see beyond the obvious and question the assumptions that others take for granted, many crimes would remain forever unsolved, and many injustices would go forever unaddressed. The partnership between Holmes and Lestrade, often contentious and sometimes comic, is in its way as important as the partnership between Holmes and myself. It represents the necessary collaboration between brilliant inspiration and practical execution, between revolutionary thinking and institutional stability. Each needs the other, even when neither fully appreciates that need. And what of the railway itself, that marvel of Victorian engineering and ambition? The Midnight Express continues to thunder through the night, carrying passengers between London and Edinburgh, a symbol of progress and modernity. Yet, our case revealed the vulnerability of even such mighty creations, the hidden access points, the assumptions about security that proved false, the ways in which human ingenuity can subvert even the most carefully designed systems. There is a lesson there, I think, about the limits of technology and the importance of understanding not merely how systems work, but how they can be exploited. Morrison was an engineer, a man who understood railway construction intimately. That knowledge became a weapon in his hands, allowing him to commit what seemed an impossible crime. How many other systems in our modern world contain similar vulnerabilities, waiting to be discovered by those with both the knowledge and the motivation to exploit them. It is a sobering thought, one that speaks to the need for constant vigilance and adaptation. We cannot simply build our systems and assume they are impregnable. We must think like criminals, as Holmes so often does, anticipating not merely how things should work, but how they might be subverted. This, perhaps, is one of Holmes's greatest gifts to society, not merely solving individual crimes, but revealing the weaknesses in our collective defences, forcing us to think more carefully about security, about vulnerability, about the gap between theoretical safety and practical reality. The fire has nearly died now, reduced to a few glowing coals that provide more memory of warmth than actual heat. I should retire for the evening. My practice requires my attention tomorrow morning, and I am no longer the young man who could function on a few hours of sleep. Yet, I am reluctant to close this journal, to bring to an end this evening of reflection and remembrance. There is something deeply satisfying about recording these cases, about preserving not merely the facts of what occurred, but the human dimensions of the stories. Future readers, if indeed these journals ever see publication beyond the few stories I have managed to place with editors, will, I hope, understand that detective work is not merely about puzzles and solutions. It is about people, about the choices they make and the consequences they face, about the intersection of individual lives with the larger forces of law, society, and morality. Holmes would likely dismiss such philosophical musings as sentimental nonsense. "Stick to the facts, Watson," I can hear him saying. "The reading public wants to know how the crime was committed and how it was solved. They care nothing for your meditations on justice and human nature." And yet, I believe he would be wrong. I believe that what makes our cases compelling is not merely the intellectual satisfaction of watching Holmes deduce solutions from seemingly insufficient evidence, but the human drama that underlies each investigation. We are not merely solving puzzles. We are bearing witness to the full range of human experience, from the heights of nobility to the depths of depravity, and everything in between. The case of the Midnight Express exemplifies this perfectly. Yes, it was a brilliant locked room mystery, solved through careful observation and logical deduction. But it was also a story about industrial cruelty, about desperation, about a man pushed beyond endurance who made a terrible choice. It was about the limits of law and the complexity of justice. It was about friendship. Holmes and I working together, Lestrade contributing his own expertise, and about the bonds that form between people who share difficult experiences. These are the elements that transform a mere puzzle into a story. Worth telling, worth recording, worth preserving for future generations. And these are the reasons I continue to chronicle Holmes's cases, even when my medical practice demands my time, even when Holmes himself shows little interest in publication, even when editors reject my submissions or request changes that would make the stories more sensational and less truthful. I write because I believe these stories matter, not because Holmes is a genius, though he is, but because the cases reveal something fundamental about human nature and about the society we've built to constrain and channel that nature. Each investigation is a window into Victorian England, with all its wonders and all its flaws, all its progress and all its persistent injustices. And I write because I value my friendship with Sherlock Holmes above almost any other relationship in my life. Recording these cases is my way of honouring that friendship, of acknowledging the profound effect he has had on my understanding of the world and my place in it. Through Holmes, I have seen things I would never have witnessed, understood complexities I would never have grasped, and contributed, in my own small way to the cause of justice and truth. The case of the Midnight Express, with its impossible locked room and its tragic human dimensions, represents everything I have learned during my years with Holmes. It shows his brilliant deductive method at its finest, demonstrates the importance of looking beyond conventional assumptions, and reveals the profound human questions that underlie even the most ingenious crimes. I am grateful to have been present for that investigation, grateful to have played my small role in solving it, and grateful now to have recorded it for posterity. Whether these journals will ever be widely read, I cannot know. But I take comfort in the knowledge that I have done my best to preserve the truth of what occurred, to honour the memory of all involved, victim, murderer, and investigators alike, and to capture something of the complexity and wonder of the work Holmes and I do together. The clock on the mantel strikes 1, and I realise, with some surprise, that I have been writing for nearly 4 hours. My hand aches from gripping the pen, and my eyes are tired from straining in the firelight. It is time at last to close this journal and seek my bed. Tomorrow will bring new responsibilities, new challenges, perhaps even new cases requiring investigation. Holmes may call upon me, or I may spend a quiet day attending to my patients and managing the prosaic details of my medical practice. Either way, I will face the day with gratitude for the life I lead and the extraordinary privilege of friendship with the world's greatest detective. As I prepare to retire, I find myself thinking one final time of James Morrison, lying in his prison cell in those last days before he chose his own end. Did he regret his actions? Did he find peace in his final moments? Or did he die still burning with the righteous anger that had driven him to murder? I will never know the answers to these questions, but I hope, and perhaps this is mere sentimentality on my part, I hope that in those final moments, Morrison found some measure of peace, that he understood that while his actions could not be condoned, his suffering had not gone unnoticed, that his desperate act had, in some small way, led to reforms that might prevent others from experiencing the same destruction he had endured. Perhaps that is too much to hope for. Perhaps I am simply trying to find meaning where none exists, to impose narrative satisfaction on a tragedy that offers none. But we must hope, must we not? We must believe that even in the darkest stories, there is some possibility of redemption, some chance that suffering might lead to wisdom, and that tragedy might inspire change. This is what I have learned from my years with Sherlock Holmes, that while we cannot always ensure justice, we can always seek truth. That while we cannot prevent all crimes, we can work tirelessly to solve those that occur. That while we cannot save everyone, we can bear witness to their stories and honour their humanity, whether they are victims or perpetrators. The case of the Midnight Express is closed, its mysteries solved, its participants gone to their fates, but its lessons remain, inscribed in these pages, preserved in memory, carried forward into whatever investigations the future may bring. And now, at last, I lay down my pen. The fire has gone dark, the rain has stopped, and somewhere in the distance I can hear the whistle of a late train passing through London, carrying its passengers toward distant destinations, toward unknown futures, toward the endless possibilities that await us all in the vast and mysterious night. May we all find our way safely home. May justice, however imperfect, be served. And may we never lose our capacity to wonder at the strange, beautiful, terrible complexity of the world we inhabit, and the people with whom we share it. Good night.